Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh. Ah. Oh. Yep. Man, I want another coffee. Oh. No, I don't. Oh. Fuck. Ooh. God damn. I have to fix this shit today. Shit. How does this work? I'm just thinking because I have certain ways of doing things here for the renderer, and I think I might have to rewrite some of it, and that might be annoying. How am I handling rooms? Compute building transparency array. The rooms just handle themselves. Why do I need... Like, why is this needed? It isn't. I think it's just... Oh, that's so good. It's just a remnant. It's never actually using current building number or behind building number. So right now, an object or the object data just contains and uses the floored position. But that has to mean that the buildings are handled somewhere else, because here we do rooms. Or is it unfortunate? Because here... No, it's all handled here, I think. Rooms I.transparency. If I is less than building count, then buildings I.transparency, else -1f. So, and this should be all that's needed for that. So this here, compute object data. What happens if I do this? Size of. Ah. can't test it. I have to fix all of this first. But I think it doesn't matter. The behind building thing. I don't know how that's really handled. To be honest. Oh yeah, I know. The building transparency, that's for being behind the building. And the room transparency, that's what fades the front facade of the building. So that's all that needs to be done. So this really handles everything. Building transparency array. All right. So check structures comes first. And now here, we need to do something similar here. But how do I do it now? I need to make a function, I think. Oh. Where are we getting current building number from? It should be quite simple how this should work. So when we move tiles, what should happen is that we should check the current tiles and we should see which tiles are we on and which tiles need to be added, which tiles need to be removed. And we should just run through it. And it should be like, see here we have current tiles, right? So if combat mode, tile to add, current tiles like that. And then we go in here, we check if current tiles, or we do this, and if this exists in the world, then we add it. And then we're gonna say if tile to add this is hard. This is hard. This is hard. God damn. I'll be right back. Oh, this is easy. This is easy. Last thing I did made it easy. So why I thought it was gonna be hard was because if I store the tile here, then it makes like comparisons and shit difficult because the tile is a struct. So it's just copied over to the list. It's not added as a reference or anything, so you can't just make comparisons, which is tedious. But right now, we need another for loop, which is gonna loop through previous tiles, not count. And then we're gonna say if tile to add equals previous tiles I. Current tiles.add. I don't know if I need to do anything. Let's see. We can do break. So we add the tile that we want to add to current tiles, and then we check, does this belong I do need full new tile. New tile. No, this is retarded. I I can't just check the tile. Well, I can. If tile to add equals previous tiles. But because if the tile that we're adding exists in previous tiles, then we don't need to make a check on it. And it can, like, because what's happening is that when I take a one tile step forward, the character actually occupies several tiles. So if I take one step forward, I clear the previous ones, and then I add 4 new. So 2 of those are going to be the same tiles as before. And then here, we check them and we see, is the index of that tile the same as what we had before? And if that is true, then we just skip. I'm just thinking, because I feel like there should be a better way to handle some of these things. Because the previous tiles need to be looked over as well. And I'm just worried about having a lot of calculations for everything. But like, I wonder if it would be easier to just hard add and remove everything. Do no checks, just add, remove. Or like when you take a step, we remove every tile or every building, every room, everything from the previous tiles. And then we just add the new ones. Because there's gonna be some stuff there that sucks, I think. Potentially. Current rooms. What does check structures do, for example? Here we are adding to main controller we're adding the position, adding, and then here we have to say set roof tiles. And that goes through all of the roof tiles and sets those. And we have to write a buffer section. Ah, man. Well, LC, how's it going? is 3? That's the first 2 bits. It's not so simple. So basically what I'm doing is that every time we set a building or a room, I write all the tiles, whether they're transparent or not. So we're writing all of the tiles into the GPU. And then as we render the pixel, we read the tile and we check, is this tile transparent? Yes, no? The alternative would be, how am I handling rooms? First wall room IDs. Get room IDs. We're getting room IDs just like that. But we're not doing anything with it. Get room base Z, first wall room IDs. Yeah, I'm using one integer as an array. With 4 slots. Yeah. I'm gonna Google this real quick. So, in HLSL, you can send data in the form of a buffer, which is basically just an array. But the problem there is that the data itself, I think, can't contain arrays. Struct buffer struct with array. Using arrays inside a struct HLSL. Buffer of arrays. Oh, I hate when they ask the right question, but they are asking it for the wrong reason and they get a completely different answer than what I need. Int children 8. Children array. Looks like that. What? I really don't want to do this right now. It's just like I'm faking arrays by, or it is. I mean, it's not a fake array; it is an array. By baking values into certain points on an integer, and then I fetch that using an ID. But it should be able to be done with an array. You should be able to make an array and pass it to HLSL. That would be a lot easier. The whole reason I'm looking at this right now is because it would be so much easier if instead of actually writing each tile's status, which is shit, by the way. I hate doing that. Writing tiles status is fucking stupid. Instead of writing their status, we should just be able to check the tile. When we try to render the tile, we should check which room does this belong to. And if it belongs to room 2, then we check the state of room 2. If room 2's state is transparent, then we treat it like it's transparent, right? That would be so much better. Because that way, I don't have to rewrite like 100 million tiles over and over again. And I could also store the tiles that have been checked, or the rooms that have been checked. Maybe. See, here we have baked tile rooms. Tile dot room number. Baked R. Tile dot room numbers. Huh? This isn't used. Bake compute tile. But it would also be... No, that would be okay. Because I'm also worried about inflating the size of the tiles. But the tiles sent to the GPU is just a slice of the world. It's not like the whole map. We only have limited memory to work with, right? So the question then becomes, like, so what would it look like? It would be like public uint test array. But it would always be 8. Can you do it like this? No. It would have to be like that. And the size of would have to be uint times test array. Can't have a static there. Well, we can just say times 8. Because it's meant to always be 8. This is bitching. Oh yeah. That. And then this would be like Oh, right. This is not how you do it. That's how you do it. Like that. So now there's something about blitting. Like, I think data structures for buffers need to be blittable. And I think that means you have to use data types that are native. I don't know if it considers arrays to be native in HLSL. And that's why you might have to do something like making fake arrays. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'll be right back. So this doesn't work. HLSL array. Yeah, it's not possible. Let's see if anyone can answer my question.
Oh.
Because it would honestly be so much easier if I could do something like that. I think. Because right now we're doing large rewrites every time we enter or exit a building. And that could be a huge rewrite. No, the entire map is actually stored. That's even more of a reason for me to not want to rewrite things. I don't think it actually matters, because you can rewrite sections of a buffer. You don't have to rewrite the whole thing. But I still feel like it would be better if the buffer just existed. I'm just worried about doing operations on the GPU that I don't want to do. Like having to check every tile for like which room it belongs to. Because I don't want to store like a compute tile data contains, it actually does contain the full ID. Building ID, room ID, roof IDs. That's not terrible. That's 800 megabytes on the GPU for a semi-large map. But I feel like it could contain so much less. But that would be more work for the GPU. Because it could just contain one byte. No, not one byte, one bit in the tiled data. Here we're setting compute tile data. Bake compute tile. And there we contain current state, tile sheet, tile to bake, XY tile sheet. The current state could be removed. It would probably be so much worse. That's the thing. It wouldn't actually save any data. It wouldn't save any space at all. Because this is just a 32-bit. Like, this is just a uint. I'm sending one uint there. It could save data here, actually. If I remove building IDs, room IDs, and roof IDs, and I replace that with just one byte that says... No, it could be 2 bytes. We got building, room, and roof. Because then I could just set the tile. Shouldn't be doing this. But I kind of have to right now. Have to consider it at least. Because then what we would do is I would need to have some kind of information on the tile that says this belongs to a room or a building, or, you know, it needs to check what it belongs to. And the reality is that it needs to check it could be optimized to some degree, because a building is made up of rooms and roofs. So if we just check for the building first, then the building could potentially be used to store the room and the roof. some degree. Maybe. But every tile that I check would need to have its... It would need to be checked. To see which building does this belong to, and that would have to be some kind of AABB test to see, are we within the bounds of the building right now? And that would mean that I would have to make that check against every building. Kind of. I could make an acceleration structure to fix that issue, but it would still be ass. I really don't want to do this. Alright, let's find a solution that doesn't do this shit. This is too much. I need to get going somewhere. Oh my god, the pizza. The pizza van. God damn, I think I need a cleanser. So basically, in that scenario, the best situation or the best solution is to just compare and see which rooms are new and which rooms are old. So here then we need to do if tile matrix no main controller dot tile matrix previous tiles dot I dot x like that. This should say continue. Right? No. This is break. So first we check, is the tile we're adding the same as a tile that exists in previous tiles? And if that is true, then we break, because then we've already found out that we've already made that check before. And then I feel like I should have the for loop like this. And then we have another for loop after that does the same thing. But that complicates the break. God damn, this is complicated. Oh, and my ass hurts. Fuck. I'm so tired of my ass hurting, dude. Tailbone. It's fucked. Oh. It's going forward, kind of. I'm struggling with some things. So, I think the rounding is fixed now. Spoilers. So basically, if I have a character walking around, as they're walking around, they only occupy one central pixel here. Right, that's their position. And the way it works right now is that if I'm standing here, it counts as standing in this tile here. So when I walk into a building, see, this is a building. This is the building zone. This is also a room. Every building is made up of rooms. So what happens is that when I walk in here, I add this character or this object to the building's list of objects, things that are currently occupying it. And what that does is that if there is something occupying the building is written to the shader as being transparent. And well, okay, that's where the issue comes in partially. Wait, hold on, someone's answering my question. Hold on. I asked some questions about arrays in HLSL, but yeah, so when I walk in, we are added to this building, and when we are added to the building, if we are the only thing added to the building, then the building's tiles, every tile that belongs to the building, because the building is an area, right? But every tile that belongs to that area is then rewritten to the shader with a new state. There's like a state variable in each tile that says whether it's opaque, transparent, or like there's another type of transparency that I use. I think. Oh, there's like a slice through thing that makes it look like, you know, you can see like the inside of the wall or whatever. And this means that it just makes it more complicated for me now, because what I'm doing now is this way of moving around only works in free roam, where I treat the center of the object as being one tile. When we're in combat, the object takes up several tiles of space. And that means that if I walk in here, this is when we want to make the building transparent. And that means I now have to rewrite some things in order to check multiple tiles instead of just one. And what I was thinking before was like, I could just clear out every building that we were in before, or like, you know, just clear it and then redo it for the next step. But it's not that easy, because each function, like adding and removing those functions, are all tied to other functions that write like huge data blocks to the buffer, so it's still like super heavy to do that. Now I have to think of a solution here where we're like, every time I take a step forward, I need to check all 4 new tiles and see like which of these new tiles were we standing in previously, and then we remove those, and then I have to check like which, like in the new tiles, are we entering a new building, and if we are, then we have to add ourselves to that building. And if the old tiles, if there's a building there that we're no longer in, then we need to remove us from that. And it's not like super hard, it's just tedious. I'm getting some answers at least. Maybe. But when it comes to shaders, it's still like up in the air a bit until you've tried it and managed to get it to work. Because it's really, there's so many different ways of doing it that they're saying that because and it's so weird. HLSL sucks ass, dude. I hope Vulkan is better. Or like GLSL and I can port it over to one of them. Because I hate HLSL. It's so stupid. But it's also just GPU. I don't know the right words to use. Like I wanted to say instruction set, but I don't know what that means. But GPUs are so dumb. Like they're getting better. Couldn't handle the cryptic error messages. You're lucky if you get an error message. But like here, for example, I have a variable here that's an array called area index. So, and it has to be static. I don't really know, like there's like static and dynamic and shit, and I don't really know what it means. And now he's showing me things that I don't know. He's writing this. And here he's writing structured buffer register T0. I don't know what this means. I've never written register. Yet I have like all of these buffers here. So like what does register mean? I need to do that? Am I fucked? Like what have I done? But here, in order to set the size of this area index array, I need to type hashtag define area limit 8 and then type area limit in here. Otherwise, it doesn't work. But then in here, in a struct, he's saying that this should work. So I'm like, why? I don't know, man. And that's why it's such a nightmare to work with shaders, because just like you said, error messages, but the issue isn't like cryptic error messages. The issue is that it just doesn't do anything. So you don't know which end of the pipeline is broken. So it's just like you just have to go through the whole pipeline and be like, okay, is it like me sending the data to the GPU that's broken? Is it my syntax in the shader? Is it like, did I write the number wrong? Do I need to do this fucking hashtag define thing for the number to work? It's just... Woo! Resource binding. Register T3. Resource syntax in HLSL is based on existing register resource syntax to allow easier porting. DirectX 12 resources in HLSL for easier porting. Direct 3D 12 resources in HLSL are bound to virtual registers within local register spaces. E for shader resource views, S for samplers, U for unordered access views, B for constant buffer views. The root signature referencing the shader must be compatible with the declared register slots. For example, the following portion of a root signature would be compatible with the use of texture slots T3 through T6, as it describes a descriptor table with slots T0 through T98. But the thing is, like, it works. It works without this. So the question is, why does it work without this? And why does this exist? Right? And, like, is this being done automatically? Is that why it works? Or, like, I don't get it. I don't know. Like, why does it work? An array resource may have an unbounded size, which is declared by specifying the very first dimension to be empty or 0. An unbounded array in HLSL does match a fixed number set with non-descriptors in the descriptor table, and a fixed size in HLSL does match an unbounded declaration in the descriptor table. Multidimensional arrays are allowed, including of an unbounded size. These multidimensional arrays are flattened out in register space. Aliasing of resource. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know. Microsoft documentation is so bad. It's written like a wiki page on math. Have you ever looked at math on Wikipedia? It's like it's insane. It's like completely undecipherable. It's written by like the same person who would write this, like, you know, the type of person who would write HLSL. Like, they would sit down and they would be like, what I want to do with my life is I want to write a shader language. You know, that's a very special type of man. And it's like that guy wrote the documentation as well, and that's why it's completely like undecipherable. Oh, Justine, how's it going? Uh, I don't even understand the math I understand from wiki pages. Yeah, same. Like, it's insane. There's an important default restriction on the use of indices in that they're not allowed to vary within a wave. Even changing the index based on instancing counts as varying. If varying the index is required, then specify the non-uniform resource index qualifier on the index. For example, on some hardware, the use of this qualifier generates additional code to enforce correctness, but at a minor performance cost. If an index is changed without this qualifier, and within a draw dispatch, the results are undefined. See, what this should say is it should tell me, like, the practical reason for why this matters in, like, a text blurb here. You know, like, if you don't assign a register, this will happen, or this can happen, and if you do, this is what happens and what issues you can avoid. That's what should be up here. And then it can be like, okay, here's how this works. But like right now, it's just like, what is this? Why? Huh? It just tells me what it is. It doesn't tell me why it is. Maybe if we go resource binding in direct 3D. Direct 3D 12 programming guide. Like, resource binding overview. They're stored in the descriptor heap. The graphics and compute pipelines gain access to resources by referencing into descriptor tables by index. Descriptor tables are stored in a descriptor heap. I actually don't know what a heap means. Descriptor heaps will ideally contain all the descriptors for one or more frames to be rendered. All the resources will be stored in user mode heaps. And oh no, I haven't tried like Copilot and stuff. I don't know. I don't trust them. I don't trust that they're gonna give me even remotely accurate information. But I don't know. I haven't bothered. Yeah, I would never ask it to write code. So what should I write here? In HLSL, what's the purpose of registering a structured buffer and what happens if I don't? Example code. No. Fuck you. In HLSL, every shader resource, whether it's a texture, a buffer, or a sampler, needs to be bound to a specific GPU slot or register so that the graphics API, such as Direct3D, knows where to look when the shader runs. The register T0 syntax explicitly assigns the myStructuredBuffer to slot T0, the first shader resource view register. This explicit binding serves several important purposes. Clarity and consistency. By manually assigning registers, you create a direct and predictable link between the shader code and your application's resource binding logic. When your host code prepares and binds resources, it knows exactly which slot, in this case T0, is expected to hold your structured buffer. Avoiding binding conflicts. In a shader that uses multiple resources, explicitly setting registers prevents accidental overlaps between the resource bindings. I wonder if this is actually something that happens for me, because sometimes when I start, when I run the code, the background is supposed to be black, but sometimes it runs and it's blue. And I don't know why. If two resources were bound to the same register, or if the binding were left to automatic assignment, yeah, there we have it, we have automatic. You might unintentionally fetch the wrong data, leading to rendering errors or undefined shader behavior. Predictable resource reflection. Many applications use shader reflection, looking up shader metadata at runtime to ascertain resource binding points. Predefining these with explicit register assignments makes the process simpler and less error-prone. Without it, the compiler might auto-assign registers in an implementation-defined order, and your code running on the host side might not match these assignments. Now, what happens if you don't register the structured buffer explicitly? Automatic assignment, less control. The HLSL compiler might choose to assign the buffer a register automatically. While the shader might still compile, this auto-assignment means you don't have direct control over which slot gets used. It can lead to discrepancies between the shader's expectations and what your application binds, potentially causing the shader to access the wrong data. Increased complexity in resource management. Without explicit register assignment, you may need to rely on shader reflection to determine where each resource ended up. This can make your graphics code more intricate and error-prone, especially in larger projects where many resources are being used. Potential for complex. In more complex shaders, or when integrating multiple shader modules, leaving register bindings to chance can lead to overlapping or unused registers, making debugging significantly harder. Fair enough. So, for example, if we go up here to my structured buffers again, here we have structured buffer, compute object data, structured buffer, compute building data, compute building transparency, compute tile data, compute dynamic light sources, blah, 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 blah. I have all of these. And none of them are of defined size. So if we go back to reading over here, here it's talking about space. So if you have a shader here, this array is registered to T0 space 0. And then that gets assigned to T0 to T29,999 in space 0. And I guess stuff like this could maybe begin to overlap, or it could maybe cause some issues if you need to like because sometimes you need to unload a buffer because you need to remake it. For example, when you're loading a level, then you have to unload the buffer and then you remake it at a different size. And if that then ends up being assigned to like a different space somewhere else in the GPU, I don't know. I think it should work. Like I feel like the scenarios where this would overlap or do weird things should be extremely rare. And I almost feel like it has more to do with registering than not registering. But you also can't 100% trust that the GPU does the correct thing always, I suppose. But I'm also not doing this. Like this is setting an array inside of the shader. And these are not that. These are buffers. And the buffer would just take up one slot. And then we just access data from that one slot. So I don't really see it mattering at all, to be perfectly honest. I really don't think that setting up bindings here matters at all. But maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I think this is actually important for me. So basically, here they're accessing a texture, or they're accessing an array using an ID or an index. Or they're doing it twice here. But they're saying that the ID is not allowed to vary within a wave. Even changing the index based on instancing counts as varying. If varying the index is required, then specify the non-uniform resource index qualifier on the index. On some hardware, the use of this qualifier generates additional code to enforce correctness, including across threads, but at a minor performance cost. If an index is changed without this qualifier and within a draw/dispatch, the results are undefined. So this is something I do a lot, I think. Here, just here, find pixel edge. This is based on XY. And a wave if I understand right, a wave is basically like, as we're rendering this, the compute shader renders it like this, in little sections. And each of these sections is a wave. So within that, it's like, you can't do that. Because that would mean, like, I couldn't use the ID or whatever to access stuff. Where's the main code? Not there. Here. So here we have thread IDs. The ID is the dispatch thread ID. And that's basically which pixel are we on. It's the X and Y of the screen. And what that sounds like to me is that I can't really use the ID to access it. Because that would vary within the wave. I don't know. But there's gotta be. I was just gonna put it in my current issues. This is something to maybe remember for later. And yeah, my code is probably not super legal on older hardware. But with older hardware, we're talking like cards way older than like a 1060. I think it would still be legal going back quite a bit, but it would run like ass because I'm using a lot of looping and stuff, and branching code, which is something that used to be really bad like 10 years ago, but now it doesn't really matter much because GPUs are getting so advanced. And computing is getting moved more and more over to the GPU. So they're better and better at handling it. Yeah. Oh, Sandro, you're in luck. I'm also going to take a lunch break. I quit my office job last Friday. I didn't even know you had an office job. I thought you were still just on the ski lift, like half of the year and then just doing nothing. Why'd you quit? Had that for 3 years now? Yeah, man, time flies. Had 2 women as bosses. That's why you quit. Okay. But yeah, at least it's only one woman. Yeah. Um, I do think, I do think there is. So there are some things I need to change with the rendering that would make this easier. But I think for now, I'm just gonna do what I was working on initially, which is it's honestly not that big of a deal. It's kind of lightweight, to be honest, because in reality, there's only one object really moving for the most part, at least for now, in turn-based mode. So doing some annoying calculations here doesn't really matter that much.
But I need the brain cleanser. So I'm gonna take a little short break. As usual, I'm gonna go to the store. I'm gonna take a little jog, which is gonna make me even more tired. I'm gonna go to the store and buy some field milk and something maybe. And then we'll be back and I'll try to tackle this. It shouldn't really be that hard, but I need a break. I would buy salami, but I haven't managed to finish the ones I bought last time. They were fucked up. Like they were like undercooked. They were not good. I have to like fry them a little bit before eating them this time, which I don't enjoy. Maybe they have better batches now. I bought 2 as well, and they were terrible. It was Lithuanian and amazing. I ate it like a cake. I wouldn't eat that much, personally. I only eat like 2 centimeters maybe. But yeah, it's a good alternative. And it's not that much more expensive, to be honest, than like candy, because candy is like a chocolate bar is like $5 now almost. $4. Insane. Anyway. No fridge. Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that. But yeah. I'll be back in a little bit. I'll see you soon. I will laugh. It's so weird.
Yeah. Oh. It's very blowy outside. And that's there we go. It's blowy. Also, I failed. Ouch. I failed. I bought a Misty bar. Oh. Unfortunately, yeah. Oh. He was like a millisecond too slow at processing my wares, and they had it at the counter. How could you do? How could you do this to me? Oh. Want to buy a table, like a square table like this wide, maybe. And I want to use it as a computer chair. I've been thinking this for like a year. I just want a square thing I can just sit on. It's just impossible. That kind of sucks. I just don't have any good chairs. Like, they're semi-good, but they're not good enough. And it would just be nice to have something where I can just sit, like, cross-legged or something. Like that.
Because my tailbone has been fucked for a year. It's not getting any better. Maybe one of those ergonomic ones. That's like 4 months of pay to buy one. You're gonna have to be very specific in case you mean a certain specific one. Because there's, you know, lots of ergonomic chairs. Or like any kind of office chair is just like $800. I already have a $500 one. And it doesn't work. Like, there are only 2 price classes worth buying. It's like $50 or $800. If you buy anything in between, you're scamming yourself. They are dog shit, every single one. And the $50 ones are better than the $500 ones. Because $500 ones are all gaming chairs and they look like this. And this is like unplayable. Because you end up sitting like you might as well sit on the floor like this. Ugh. With your head there and the keyboard here. Because you get like the same posture here. Ugh. Ugh. I don't know. It's not good. If I were to buy anything new, it would be a chair that's more like this. And you just have your back like up here. I would buy something more like that. This thing here, for me, this is my these are my ribs. They look like this. The ribs start pushing down on your intestines. And it's very, very uncomfortable when you sit there every day. I mean, I don't know what you sit in, but it's fine until it isn't anymore. And when it starts being not fine anymore, it's fucked. This actually kind of works. Maybe this is the solution. It's it's a little like cupboard thing. Drawers. It's a little like it's not quite big enough. But it kind of works.
All right. Let's see if we can get our head back in the game. The one dangerous thing about having like a stool is when you forget that you don't have a backrest. But this is definitely what I would like. Something like this, but wider and like a large pillow. I need to become Chinese. Don't delete it if it... I won't. All right. So, we're running check environment. So I'm making a new list out of the current tiles list called previous tiles. Then I clear the current tiles. Then I check if combat mode. Then we declare tile to add as -1, -1, -1. Then we for loop based on the tile size of the current object that we're setting this for, which for the majority is going to be 2 times 2. At least until I decide that I need to count like their head as being like within a building for whatever reason, which I doubt is gonna happen, but it could happen. And then I would have to iterate through 2 times 2 times height, which is also gonna be a lot of iterations. Well, not like really in reality, but I'm just worried about scalability. And so we fetch the modified tile lower corner position. And we set tile to add to that. Then we check if that tile is within the world. If it is, then we go here. And we add that to the current tiles. And this is where I want to go through maybe I can do this. Maybe we can do this. Current building. Oh, yes. The current building number is going to be a byte. Can you do contains with stuff like that? You should be able to, right? Like if I have a byte in a list and the byte just says 5 and I have another byte that says 5 and I check dot contains on the list, it'll just see if there are other 5s in the list already. Because it's a data type. So if current buildings
building number contains this. Then we just continue. Because I'm always confused with continue, but I'm pretty sure continue interrupts the code. So it's gonna skip everything from after here and then do the next loop. Yeah. So what we should do also is we should say if building ID equals 255, then we should continue. Else, if the current building list contains the current building ID, then we continue. Else, this is where we need to do something. Public list vector public list byte. Buildings to add. Nah. As long as we here. So that's really what we need to do. Here, all I need to do is add to the object itself which buildings it's currently occupying. And then, in the next step, we're gonna go through all the buildings that he occupies. Shit. But yeah, we should go through the buildings that he occupies. And that's when we add him to those buildings. Now, I think what I might need to do here is make a struct. Because I really wish tuples were a thing in C#. Tuples are great. I love tuples. I could use a dictionary as a pseudo tuple. Because what I want to do is, like, currently it has a list of buildings that it is occupying, and using that, it's easy to just go to the building itself and just say, like, if this building does not contain this object, add it. That's it. But then when we need to remove, that's where things become harder, because my options there are then remove it from the list, but, or I have to remove it. But if I do that, then we don't remember which ones were removed. So in that case, I need a new list. Like slated for removal or something like that. And oh shit, I could just do that. I guess that makes more sense. But what I was thinking was, like, instead of having two lists, I could have a struct that's just a boolean and the building. So a boolean and a byte. And the boolean would be delete. So after we set out everything, we then go to the next step, which is assigning to the buildings, and then we just go through them and we check. If the boolean is false, then we check to add. If the boolean is true, then we delete. And then we delete it from the list after that. And it would just work like that. But what I should do I don't know. I should just make a list for things to delete. You can tuple in C# too. Can you? Yes, you can. Okay, I guess you can. I don't know why. I didn't think you could. Because I remember when I started doing Python for Kibs, when I was making the overlay, I was like, tuples are great, what the fuck? And then I wanted to do that in C#, and I googled it, and I was like, oh, you can't do it? But now when I Google it, it's like the first result that I'm getting, so I don't know, I must have just made something up in my mind. Huh. This tuple type. Entry was written 2023 05/17. Or at least it was updated then. But tuple seemed to have been a thing for ages. 8 years ago, there's someone saying tuple here. But then it was like tuple. Would you write that? Oh, like this. So that's how they write it there. But this should be pretty much the same. It's just short form for it. This might be newer. I think tuple is a reference. Yeah, this is a reference type. But what about this? Like, is this just short form for this? Can't tell. Hmm. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I'm just thinking. Or I'm trying to think. I'm trying to make my brain think again. Um. But I still feel like I might need... rooms to delete. Buildings to delete. Like, I feel like I need to do this anyway. And then here we have to do for previous tiles and rooms to delete. Yeah. For previous tiles dot count previous tiles I dot it's a vector 3 main controller dot tile matrix all these Boolean expressions. There's a lot of expressions going on here. Vector 3 int vec 3 int equals vector 3 int dot no. New vector 3 int dot no -1 -1 -1. I mean, it doesn't really free up much, does it? It's kind of the same as just doing this. And then here we are gonna check building ID. And what I'm gonna do is I am going to say buildings to delete dot clear rooms to delete dot clear, and then I'm gonna say buildings to delete dot add that, and then we need another for loop here. It's gonna be u which is going to be previous tiles I dot rooms. No, okay. It's going to be that dot room numbers dot count. I don't like doing stuff like this, where we are accessing previous tiles I dot x and then previous tiles I dot y and then, you know, over and over again. Because it feels like I'm triple accessing it for no reason. But I think the compiler doesn't do that. I think it just kind of figures it out. Because I did some tests when it comes to doing for loops on certain things. And like, looping through like a 2D array or a 1D array, I think it was all fine. It was just like when you're looping through a 2D or 3D list, when you do like get length. No, not on a list. Is it on a 3D array? I don't remember. Anyway, in one scenario, there was one scenario when you're looping through like a 3D or a multi-dimensional something where you want to cache things beforehand, because otherwise it runs like 10 times slower. I don't remember what it was. I have to check. Yeah, I remember it too, but I don't remember. Get length versus caching. Yeah, here. Tile matrix.getLength. So it's when it's a 3D array, doing get length is bad. If you cache it, it's 2.2, non-cached 5.8. But this is also like, doesn't really matter that much unless you're doing it every frame. And then here we're gonna say rooms to delete.add room numbers dot u there. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna add the rooms. We're gonna slate the buildings and the rooms to be deleted from the character every time that we check the environment. And then here in combat mode, we're gonna go in and we're gonna check tile to add, modified tile lower, blah, 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 blah. We check if it's in world, current tiles, then we add it. And then we're gonna say if buildings to delete contains this building ID, which is the tile that we're on, then we're gonna say buildings to delete Does that make any sense? Can I just remove from a list? Like, is that just gonna remove the first instance it finds? Of like a 5 in the list? Yeah, removes the first instance of a specific object from the list. So if I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or let's say I have 1, 5, 2, 5, 3, 5 in a list, and I say remove 5, it's going to remove the first 5. That's fine. And then we're gonna say if rooms to delete. Now this one, it's a little trickier because we have to say this needs to be a for loop. This should actually be a for loop too, but for now let's not do that. So I need to say dot room numbers dot count. And here we're gonna say if rooms to delete dot contains dot room numbers I there. I kind of don't like it, but I would like to have it, I think. The thing where it colors all of your brackets and your parentheses. But I don't really know how to get that. I saw Albine have that when he was working in Unity. I don't really like it because it makes the code look like a freaking rainbow, but it's so useful when it comes to like knowing if something is properly enclosed or if I have enough parentheses or whatever. And then here, rooms to delete dot remove. Like that. I think this is the solution. So every time we move, we add every building that we were in previously to a slated to be removed type list. And then we check our new tiles and see if any of them actually like contained the old ones. And then we remove that from the ones that are slated to be removed. That should be good enough. And then we can convert. None of these things matter. Because that's all this is all that matters, really. This is check environment. And in check environment, oh shit! Oh, I didn't know that! You can see which one this is. Oh! Never actually seen that before. Alright, that's good. Else we do that. I think. I think this is actually wrong. It should be doing the same thing here, like whether it's combat mode or not. The difference should be which size we're using for the tiles. And yeah, that's really what this should be. So I'm gonna remove this. that, and that. And then here, instead, we're gonna say... That's not what we're gonna say, but we're gonna say... Oh, my legs fell asleep. Vector 3 int. Tile size equals combat mode, then data module dot tile size, else new vector. No, let's just say I do have a size here, right? But the size... No, it is a vector 3 int. Alright, that's fine. Legs fell asleep, time for programmer socks. I don't think that's gonna keep them awake. Oh. So what this means is that when we're in combat mode, the size we're gonna use is the tile size, otherwise we're gonna use size. So then we can remove this. Do that instead. That way, the code still works the same. Now there are some bugs with this that I already know are gonna happen. For example, if in adventure mode or in or in exploration mode, if in exploration mode we walk into a building, that building is gonna be set to transparent. But when we go into combat mode, characters will be faded out, and then the unit placement mode will start, and then you'll place your units somewhere on the map that's pre-designated where they can go. Something like that. I mean, we haven't really decided exactly how that's gonna work in story scenarios, but that means that the object in exploration mode is like still in the building. So I'm gonna have to go and like store that and then clear it and reset all of the transparencies and stuff. Kind of problem for another day. But I know it's gonna happen. So now we have that. We're setting this, and then we have the rooms to delete. Now this thing here, I think is like that. If current rooms... No, this is correct. up here, as we're going through the tiles, we're doing this right. Buildings to delete, and we're doing that. That's all right. But what we also need to do is we need to check if current building list dot contains does not contain the current building ID. Then we need to add that. And the same thing with rooms. So we can do it like this, there. And then in here, as we're looping through, we can do the same thing there, which is if current rooms does not contain, then we add it instead. Right? But now, again, buildings will need to I think buildings potentially need to also be a list. What language is this one? This is C#. But yeah, that should be good enough. And that's what I'm doing here. So we can get rid of that. And here, I'm not sure what we're doing. I think we can just do this. Maybe even get rid of that. I'm not sure. Then we move on to check structures. And here now we have new post tile. And we have previous building number, previous floor number. All of those things are kind of meaningless. And this needs to be rewritten to some degree. Because here what I was doing is I'm checking the previous tile and I'm checking the next tile that we're walking into. And if they differ, then I update, right? Like if they differ in which building we're in, then I update. But now it's different. Now it's a for loop. And the for loop is If previous building number equals 255 and new position is a building ID. I feel like this is maybe gonna be easier to just rewrite entirely. Because it's gonna be more like... recheck building. That's what we're gonna do there. For buildings to delete dot count. Then we're gonna say main controller dot buildings to delete I. See here now this contains floor. Current floor number. Oh, there's a floor number too. Fuck. Public list byte floors to delete. Equals new list byte floors to delete. Clear. And then there we're gonna say, oh, hold on. This is actually broken right now. It needs to say a lot of things here. It needs to say if floors to delete dot contains false. Floor number, then floors to delete dot add dot floor number. And this is what we need to do for all of these. Except here it's gonna be buildings to delete, and this is building ID. And here it's rooms to Rooms to delete. Room ID. View. Then we can add. Because otherwise I'm gonna end up adding like the same floor 60 times. And that won't be right. Oh. All right, let's keep going. Sitting on a flat wooden surface helps a little bit. Maybe this is how it needs to be. It's unfortunately like this too high. I have a little foot thing here. Oh. This is not where we want to go. We want to do check structure. So if main controller dot buildings to delete I, what does that mean? That's a list of buildings. Dot content positions. It's a very weird variable name. But it is what it is. If that contains this, then dot remove this. But and then here we want to do a recheck building, I think. Right? But I would like to do the floors first. I'm really worried though that this is going to cause huge lag spikes. This is a little harder. Because the floor is within a building. Ooh, I really don't like this. I think there's like a ton of unnecessary tile rights here. This is why I don't like this implementation. Because what happens is that whenever I step outside of a building, the building consists of 3 or 4 like area types. You've got a building, and the building has an ID. You have a room, and the room has an ID. It has an internal ID within the building, and it has a global ID just to access any room at any point, no matter what. There's also a floor ID, or there's a floor, which is an area type, right? And then there's a roof. So the roof needs to become transparent under certain circumstances. Usually just entering the building is making the roof transparent. But there might be scenarios where you don't want to like clear out the whole roof. So it might be tied to rooms that way. And yeah. But what this means is that if I exit a building, in reality, all I have to do is I have to set the tiles in the building to be not transparent. And this is what I hate. I hate the fact that I am setting tiles to have a state. I hate that. But there is a good reason for it. And that's offloading things from the GPU. Because it speeds up rendering. because I can just say that this tile is transparent, and I bake that data into like 3 bytes. No, not 3 bytes. Into 2 bits. So 0, 1, 2, 3, right? Or 0, 1, 2, rather. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, 0, 1, 2. And then that contains the information whether the tile is transparent or not. Because that way I don't have to like look up things when I'm rendering. Because otherwise, the other solution I have is that each room is an area. Now, an area is actually really hard to define. Because it's not necessarily just a bounding box. It could have any shape, right? So it's actually a series of indices. So doing like some kind of bounding box lookup on the GPU is a nightmare. So that's why it's kind of better to do it beforehand and just like set the tile to have a state. But it also means that every single time something changes, I have to like rewrite the tiles, rewrite them to the GPU, and all of this shit. So both solutions are kind of bad. But there is actually a trick that I invented myself for checking a bounding box that has several different indices. There is a trick, actually. I've talked about this before, but let's say you have a room that looks like this. Now, where's my... You have a room that looks like this, goes up here, goes down there, goes up here. Then it goes like this. Right? So, if you then have an object that's standing here, or here, and you want to know, is this within this bounding box? Or is this within these indices? All you have to do I don't actually remember how I implemented this. Maybe I just did like ray marching or something. But either way, you can just count the amount of edges that are on each side. Yeah, it was ages ago. So if you go to the left and you count once, that means you found an edge. And then you keep going and you found another edge. Now you're outside. And then you keep going, you find another edge. You're inside. And if you just do this for each side. But the thing is, it has to be like this. So it has to be... you basically have to count them as indices, but you could like store each side here just as a line that starts at a point and ends at a point. I mean, that's what it is, right? I guess. And then up here, there's just one. And then over here, there's 1, 2, 3 that you're crossing through when you're going like this. And as long as this is an uneven count on every side, that means you're inside of the polygon. As long as it's using square shapes, right? Because otherwise it could, like, maybe... I mean, I don't know. I think it would be fine even if it was asymmetrical and used diagonals, but yeah. So it could be potentially possible to do on the GPU as well, but nah. Let's just keep it the way it is until I have a reason to change it. Oof. Hello, Abdingek. How's it going? I am over time, but I would like to keep going. But I don't know if I can. You're enjoying The Last of Us? Sounds good, man. That's good. But this is like these things here, they are guaranteed. Nice movie. It's not a movie though. A TV show. I guess they're long enough to almost be movies. And then we just go through current tiles. And we'd say if current tiles I dot this is now tile matrix dot x y z dot building ID building ID, and then that has to be main controller dot buildings dot content positions dot contains this, and it's false. If it doesn't contain this, then we're gonna say main controller dot buildings dot add dot buildings. It needs to be this whole thing. Main controller dot buildings bracket main controller dot tile matrix current tiles I x current tiles I y current tiles y z dot building ID dot content positions dot add this. And then we need to do the same thing for floor and dot buildings dot floors. Oh. Floors don't have a universal ID, it just has a yeah, I don't know. I think maybe that's it for now. I should go eat something. Maybe. I didn't get a lot done today, unfortunately, but we did do some research. But what I'm doing and what I need to do is when we're in combat mode, every time we move a tile, I need to check which building, which room, and which floor we were in previously. And then that needs to... We also need to check which ones we are in next. And then we need to update the state of the tiles for those buildings. And it's not really heavy. Like, it could be. But it's really a one-time thing. So it should be fine. But I have seen it chug when I walk into a building, and that has me a little scared. But it shouldn't, like, it should be extremely fast to set, like, one building. But I don't know if it is, because a building might be, like, right now my buildings are, like, I do have a semi-large building. It's, like, 10 to 20 times 10 to 20 times 10 or 6 or something. It's bigger. It's like times 10. And let's assume it's like the biggest. You know, that's 4,000 tiles. And I don't notice a chug, really, when I walk into it normally. So it shouldn't be an issue sending tile data for 4,000 tiles to the GPU. And even if I have a building that's even larger, it should be fine. What I am worried about, though, is having, like, circular buildings. I don't really know how I'm gonna implement that, to be honest. Might have to do some hacks. Like just having a PNG somewhere. Like a big PNG that's just a big circle. Yep. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day.